Alrighty, g'day ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard, and welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator, the world adventure here, and Cooking on the Fly number 7, the Christmas edition, a combination of dishes from Ecuador and Colombia, and always with my chefy at home. You can do this with anything twist that I usually provide within these videos. So, no actual introduction to the dishes today like has been in the last few streams. Just a complete lack of time has resulted in me not being able to do that. But as you can see, a lot of food is lined up for today's stream. So, we're going to be heading today from Guayaquil here in Ecuador up to Quito and then into Bogota in Colombia, which will be our final destination.
I like to do to her.
A dirty flight of about 550 nautical miles. Microsoft Flight Simulator says it'll take about 3 hours. I'm going to just cruise at a nice sort of low and slow speed. I expect it to take closer to 4 hours because we know that Microsoft Flight Simulator, with its estimates on flight times, is about as reliable as something that's not reliable, which is a really, really, really good way of describing lack of reliability. Not at all. Anyway, so I sound like I'm in a stadium. And it's fixed. Okay. I didn't touch anything, so that's really weird, Josh. Really weird. But if I sound like I'm in a stadium, maybe I am in a stadium. Who knows? Whatevs. Where was I? Oh, yes. Flying an aircraft and cooking. So we're going to do this in the usual way. We'll obviously get the aircraft started, get it up in the air, get it climbing, get it up to altitude. Then I'll obviously disappear for a moment, get everything set up, get the cameras in the positions they need to be, get myself behind the bench here ready for cooking, and then we'll start the cooking process. As I said, we're not going to be rushing through today's flight just simply because of the huge amount of food that needs to be completed. Not to mention that the pork hornado itself takes nearly 3 hours to cook. Yeah, I'm not in any hurry to get to Quito, and I'm very, very, very much all about making sure that the food is well described and explained, cooked to the exact way that it needs to be, and that we can also enjoy the scenery along the way. Right, so let me just see. So first up, over on Twitch, we appear to have Mr. Brett Plays watching over on Twitch, or at least he popped a comment in, and it still says there's one viewer, so it may in fact be Brett. Either way, Brett, mate, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing fantastically. And also a fantastic stream this morning from you as well, Brett. The perfect background for me to have playing whilst I was setting up behind me. Then I'll need to pop myself over to the YouTubes. So we have Mr. Vruden the Great with us this morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. He says that I hope my Microsoft Flight Simulator cooperates. Yes, I hope so too, and I hope mine does too. I have rolled back my GPU drivers after those couple of issues I had with CTDs with the fly-by-wire when we were trying to do our second Christmas special stream. And it seemed to work beautifully last night in Shane's stream, so hopefully we're progressing in the right direction there and we shouldn't have any issues. Mr. Calling Pigeon is here. G'day, mate. Welcome to the stream, and thank you very much again for helping out behind the scenes with sorting out the flight plans and all the various things that are required for doing one of these cooking on the flies. Especially this one, which is, yeah, probably the biggest and busiest one that I have ever done, and will probably be the biggest one I do for a little bit, just because a lot of behind the scenes preparation had to go into this one, and I didn't even get an opportunity to pre-record things like I usually would, so that gives you an idea of just how much Yeah, anyway. Chris Cheddar-Bob says, hi, g'day, Chris, mate. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Calling Pigeon is looking for the recipe of the Coca-Cola rice. Now, guys, I know I've been a little bit lazy with putting these recipes in the Discord. After Christmas Day, I have 2.5 weeks off, in which I will do things like play catch-up on recipes I didn't put in the Discord, make sure that I've got those recipes ready for the recipe book, videos talking about where we've been this year in terms of a channel within the sim, people I need to thank, etc, etc. But yeah, that's going to have to wait until after, so that'll be after the 27th of December. So I'm going to be taking a small break from my last stream, which will be on Christmas Eve, and then I will be back to streaming on the 28th of December. Just a small break because obviously Christmas Day, Boxing Day, staff party with work on the 27th, so not really much time to do streaming in that particular time period. But I will make sure, Calling Pigeon, that, and Chris as well, if that's what I'm getting from that comment, I'll make sure that you guys both get a copy of the Coca-Cola rice recipe as soon as I have it properly typed out into some sort of format instead of literally in an email that I've sent to myself in the form of notes to just help me remember my steps of what I need to do. So, let's head back to the chat. Garwin is here, but he's having a lot of issues with Windows 11 and the sim, so I know for a fact he's probably not going to be able to fly along with us today. But Garwin, mate, as long as we can entertain you whilst you play a first-person shooter or whatever off on the side, that's all I'm really hoping for. And I do hope that the next update, sim update, world update, whatever is coming, I think in a couple of days or something. Can't remember exactly, but I think there is an update before the end of the year. Hopefully that does fix your issues that you're having with Windows 11 over there. God, there's a lot of conversation that went on. Josh Manchester is taking bets that I will be on time, and I was, because very rarely am I late without communicating it to at least somebody. But fair enough. Either way, Two Mops is here. He says, number one chef. G'day, Two Mops, mate. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Fozzie is here as well. G'day, Fozzie, mate. Welcome to the stream. Bruden says, Merry Christmas, Bryce. Thank you very much, Bruden. Same to you, mate. Obviously, I will be releasing some sort of Christmas message actually on Christmas Day for you guys as well. So do keep an eye out for that. Also, you will see pop up in the Discord either today, maybe tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking today. Just have not had the opportunity to take the kids' stream money to the wishing tree style thing because it just doesn't seem to exist in the format that it used to. So you will see the receipt from the donation to the Kids Toy Drive charity where that money has gone instead. Again, I just need the time to get it into the Discord to obviously be like, hey guys, this is what occurred with the money. Now, I do apologize for the fact that it wasn't able to be done and filmed under my, doing what we needed to do. But if the company doesn't provide the particular service that we were aiming to do in the first place, there's not much I can do there, unfortunately. And it's news to me that this was no longer really a thing that they do or only select stores do. So I'm not sure when that changed, but it did. Brett Plays is... Okay, he's now on YouTube. Okay, sweet. Righto. Wes is here. G'day, Wes, mate. Welcome to the stream. He says, hey, guys, make sure you check out his Twitch and hit the like button on here. Thank you very much, Wes. Much appreciated, mate. You are a legend. Right. So, everyone is been said hello to. I hope everyone is doing very fantastically in general. If you haven't dropped anything in the chat yet to say g'day. So as I said, first things first, we're going to get this thing up in the air. Whilst we're climbing, I might quickly take you inside with me to put the pork in the oven, because obviously that is the most time-consuming part of today's cooking. So that pork has been marinated overnight in lemon, garlic, cumin, salt, pepper, and beer. Now, usually you would use beer for basting purposes only, but me being a chef and wanting to sort of put my own twist on things, I've added some beer to the marinade as well. And honestly, how can pork and beer go badly together, you know, in a marinating process? So I'll take you with me and we'll head in and we'll put that in the oven once we're up in the air. And then obviously we'll do the rest of the cooking once we're up at cruising altitude. But without further ado, let us make this aircraft start. So I've gone with a slightly different livery for today's one. We've got a grey interior instead of the brown that we would usually have. Get the throttle out of the way, because that's not really what one wants to do. Get some fuel. Like so. Get the propeller and the mixture in. Beautiful. First time start. I think that's 2 in a row now that we've got a first time start. So that's good. Garwin says, sorry I don't do Twitch. Not a problem, Garwin. All good. That's why I like to stream across both platforms. Because I know people have their preferences. Okay, so we'll get some lights going. We'll get some flaps in. Obviously, we're going to leave the fuel pump on because today's cruising altitude, or MSA, is 16,500 feet. So we're going to go to 17,000 feet. And whilst that might be a little bit high for the beginning of the flight, as we progress further and further towards Quito and Bogota, obviously we are going to come across much higher altitude terrain. Barometer is now set. I think that is everything. I think we're good to taxi to the runway. So I'm just going to head directly towards where Steve and Calling Pigeon and all that are currently chilling, and then we're going to get ourselves up in the air. All right. Wes has dropped in on the Twitch and says, hello there, muscly arm. Right? Fair enough, Wes. Muscly arm. Just one arm is muscly, the other one still no. One gets a lot more usage than the other, if you know what I mean. Is that what you're getting at, Wes? Alright, so I'm hoping if I make a left turn here that I'm going to head towards a particular end of the runway. Fozzie says, nice chef coat. Thank you very much, Fozzie. It's pronounced Bogota. Okay, cool. I hope you're not pulling my leg on that one, Vruden. So obviously I've got the portable camera set up again today, except this time I've got the charger with it, so it's not going to die halfway through the stream. That's going to be good because we're going to be going in towards our inner Uncle Roger today. We're going to be using a rice cooker to complete the Coca-Cola rice. Oh god, Ruden's in the FA-18. Also, his lights appear to be in front of his aircraft and behind his aircraft, but not actually attached to his aircraft, which is interesting. Ruden, you might want to take that to maintenance and be like, guys, what the fuck is going on here? Somebody forgot to attach your lights to the actual aircraft. God, there's some decent glare coming in from the background behind the camera. My apologies there, guys. As you guys would know, I'm not usually one to stream during the day. However, with the new, sorry, well, not with the new, but with the Christmas work hours, it just makes sense, because otherwise I'm going to be starting streams at like 1 o'clock in the morning, which is just ridiculous. And will result in a tired, aggro, unpleasant Chef Bryce, which nobody wants, because then it eats into his ability to stream and be himself. So I don't know what my stream schedule and times will be in the new year once I go back to work, especially seeing as I have taken a position as a head chef at the pub. So I'll be doing my own food and I'll be working full-time hours. Unfortunately, some changes within my life, not my fault, but changes within life have resulted in me having to make sure that I can earn a full-time income on top of the streaming. So I obviously will still be streaming 3 or 4 times a week, but yeah, it'll just be a case of what time and when and what days that I don't know yet. However, during the 3 weeks, or the almost 3 weeks that I am off for the Christmas break whilst the place is closed, there will be obviously plenty of opportunities for me to stream during that time. So I will obviously take advantage of that where I possibly can. Just making a shortcut here through an area that is not technically for taxiing, but anyway. And it's crazy to think, realistically, that I have you guys to thank for the decision to take the head chef job. When I started YouTube 6 months ago, I was done with hospitality. I was done with creating food. I was burnt out. I was sick of it. And thanks to the cooking on the fly and, you know, you guys encouraging me to do the YouTube chef channel, which I know doesn't get a lot of love, but I still obviously want to do stuff with that, especially in the new year, and especially with the fact that they have actually said I can have usage of the pub kitchen on my days off if I need to film any content for this channel or for the chef channel, which is going to obviously be greatly beneficial for the chef's channel. Means that I have, you know, regained the love for food thanks to this cooking on the fly and all that. So thank you. All right, let's take off, shall we? Put some power in, let the engine stabilize. Sounds good, wants to go, brakes off, full power, let's hit it. Also, you may hear my shoes going squeak, 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 squeak today on the concrete floor. I've just, to celebrate, obviously, starting the new position, I've got myself some proper kitchen-style shoes. And because they are non-slip, or slip-resistant, should I say, it means that they're going to be quite squeaky on floors that are already slip-resistant. Like concrete is pretty slip-resistant. Unless you basically pour half a deep fryer on it. So we're going to manually fly out to time climb here. Obviously, because as we know, these older school autopilots, we want to get as much altitude on our side as possible before things potentially go awry whilst I'm setting them. Or should I say setting it, not them, it. So we're going to aim for 1,000 feet before I go setting up any autopilot related things. Alright, there's 1,000 feet. So, right, that, and that. No. No. You don't mess with me already, you piece of shit. Okay, so that's better. Now we can get 500 feet per minute upwards. We will bring in the flaps because we have more than enough speed behind us, and we will bring the propeller back to 2,500 RPM for the climb procedure here. There we go. Sim sounds quiet or mute. They're probably quiet, Brett, from when I was flying the A320, because obviously that is significantly louder from the exterior. And I probably just haven't changed it, so I'll change it now, and you let me know how that sounds in a moment once I get outside the aircraft here. So some not so brilliant weather surrounding Guayaquil today, I must say. A little bit of thunder, lightning, very, very frightening me, Galileo, in the background. Alright, so whilst the aircraft climbs, I'm going to quickly change to the live cooking for a sec, show you the pork, get it in the oven, and then we'll come back to the flying side of things until we get up to the actual altitude. So, So, grab my bowl of marinated pork. So as you can see, that's our pork that's marinating in the achiote, cumin, garlic, lemon, salt, pepper, beer, all the things, all the delicious things. Now, you're not going to have any audio for this next part because this, as we know, this portable webcam doesn't do audio. So basically we're just going to go inside, we're going to go put this in an oven tray, put it in the oven. Just want to make sure that I do have the correct temperature in the oven. I do. So it's going to be going in at 200 degrees Celsius, and we want to cook it raised off of the tray for around 3 hours until we start to get a beautiful tender piece of meat with some crackling forming on the fat. Now, obviously, the crackling is going to take a little bit of time to form because this has been marinated overnight, which means it's going to have moisture in it, which means the oven's first process is going to be cooking that moisture out. But because I've scored the fat and all that, it means that all the marinade has gone into the meat itself, which means that as it does dry out and as the fat is able to form a crackling, not only is it going to obviously become crispy, it's going to be flavoured, that crackling, with the flavours that we also marinated the rest of the meat in, which is, you know, obviously really, really, really important. Because you want nothing more than a beautiful flavoursome, tender, crunchy piece of pork. Right. Now, you won't be able to hear me now, so I won't say anything more. Now, for those wondering what I'm currently carrying in my hand here, this is Cheats Black Garlic, okay? So black garlic is something that takes a significant period of time to complete properly. Days and days and days in the back of a warm oven at extremely low temperature creates a black garlic, and black garlic is incredibly sweet, almost like a dessert style garlic. However, you can do cheats style by going a higher oven temperature, leaving it in its actual skin to cook. And what that means is the cloves under the skin go black, but the skin protects it from burning. So that's cheats black garlic, because for our salsa negra, which was meant to be for the turkey, but I don't know if you tried to buy turkey at this particular time of year. So I'm trying to remove gold from a location that's never had gold in its life. So instead we're going with some beautiful chicken cutlets that we're going to then make the salsa negra. We're going to marinate for a little bit of time, maybe, half an hour, and then we're going to finish over on the grill. Now, we're going to head back to the chair, and we're going to head back to the normal streaming setup until we get ourselves up to the correct altitude here for the flight. Now that pork went in at 12:35 p.m. my time. So what we're going to do is every hour I'm going to wander inside, I'm going to check it, maybe move the shelves around if it's too close to the top or whatever, just to help with the flow of heat. All right, so pretty spectacular scenery right now with the clouds and the sun and all that. I am obviously not flying in live time. I am flying in... I don't even want to know, doggo, what you're eating. I am flying in morning, in case it wasn't obvious by the location of the sun in the sky. So everything's looking all good at the moment. Manifold pressure's good, airspeed is good, engine RPMs are good. We're going up at 500 feet per minute, which is exactly what we want. If you can hear the wind and the door in the background or anything like that, I do apologize. It is a little bit windy up here today. And obviously I need to have the back door open for Doggo. Down Syndrome Man 420 is now following over on Twitch. Mate, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. You need to get down. 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 Listen to me. Thank you. I have absolutely no idea whether that is somebody who already follows me on YouTube, but either way, mate, thank you very much. Reset barometric pressure, rightio, resetting, no worries, thank you very much for that, Brett. So far, so good, no stuttering or potential CTDs here, which is fantastic. Touch all the various wooden things in the premises, that stays the way it is. So to explain a bit more about the common flavors fusion chef's salad creation. So pork hornado has very, very many different ingredients that are usually served with it. Some potatoes, tomato, lettuce, fried bananas or plantains depending on the particular location within the country, avocado, items like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a salad out of those common side dish ingredients, just bring them all together into a salad, which again is not traditional, but we've already figured out that not always about being completely 100% traditional, and fusion is so common in today's society, especially when it comes to food, that you know, may as well. And it means it's also my 100% my stamp on the food, because I'm literally creating things that don't currently exist as such, at least according to the internet. Who knows if they actually exist within Ecuador and Colombia. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if they do. So pretty nice scenery, not gonna lie. Ecuador very much turning it on for us. The sun obviously making a huge part of the visuals. And g'day to the 5 people who are currently watching over on Twitch. So the only reason that I'm obviously going to be here with the aircraft until we get to the correct altitude is because obviously the Trinidad does not have a FADEC control system for the throttles like the Diamond DA40 did. Therefore, I need to be here to adjust throttle, prop and mixture manually as we climb. Otherwise, what will happen is I'll be mid-cook and will fall out of the sky from stalling, which is not really what I want to do. Wes with the donation, straight up. Wes, thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. You are a legend. I need to get a better thing that displays, picture that displays when people make a donation. These are the kinds of things that I'll be able to work on the 2.5, 3 weeks that I have off between Christmas and the New Year. Wes says, Merry Christmas, Brysel. Thank you for an awesome year of streams, fun and chaos. And bring on 2022. Just don't change any more stream times this week so I can fit one in. Wes, mate, my stream times are all over the place this week. Please do not let it dictate to you when you can and can't stream. It is simply like that because of the particular time of year. Most of my streams, as we've noticed over the last week or so, have been daytime streams. Please, if you want to stream, stream. there's nothing I can do about it. So yeah, don't let my stream times dictate your availability and abilities to stream. I'd still love to see you stream, even if our streams overlap, because I'm the one who's having to change things to fit in with my life. It doesn't mean it should negatively impact your streaming and your life as well. You're just giving me crap? Fair enough. Fair enough. Sean Dale says, no PC for me this morning. Cameron's watching NFL on it. Have to catch up later. Have fun. Not a problem, Sean. All good, mate. Hope Cameron's enjoying his NFL. iBot is with us on Twitch. He says, what's up, man? G'day, iBot, mate. Welcome to the stream. What's up? We're just getting this aircraft up to its select altitude so we don't fall out of the sky whilst I'm trying to cook, which would not be ideal, obviously. Much rather that my aircraft is in its position and not going to fall out of the sky before I go cooking, because it's very hard to jump the table and get here quickly if we start falling out of the sky. Massive shout out to the 6 people that are currently watching on Twitch. Complete bunch of legends. Thank you very much for joining in. You will get to see some food being cooked very quickly. Very soon, should I say. So, 2020 round 2 fight. Hopefully not. Screw that. If it's 2020 round 2, I boycott 2022 already. So we're coming through 9,000 feet now, so that means we are just over halfway to our destination altitude. Everything's looking the part right now. So I might just take this opportunity to visit the pilot's room at the back, so that I don't need to do that directly before we stream, and we can get before we cook, we can get straight into it. So I'll return in a moment. I also realized that I don't have any music playing, so I'll change that. There we go. That's good. That's better. All right, back in a moment. Alright, we are back. Loving the FA-18s that just try to formation fly with the Trinidad. It's definitely a little bit slower than your FA-18s, guys, that's for sure. So, this will not be the last cooking on the fly for the year. There will be a celebration end of year party themed cooking on the fly. Hopefully on the 30th of December. Or it may end up being in the new year, but the plan is right now to have it on the 30th of December. Obviously, if it is in the new year, this is the last cooking on the fly for the year, but I am obviously working on trying to make sure that we do have a cooking on the fly as we enter Central America. So Colombia is our last South American country, so we will be hopefully heading into the new year in a new part of the world, and I'd love to be able to bring that in with a cooking on the fly for some different cuisines from a different part of the world. Whilst we do come up to our altitude here, what we can do is, if it works, we can get some information about our various locations that we're going to be going across today. So the first stop is obviously Quito in Ecuador, which is the other major city of Ecuador. And it is also the capital, even though it's not the biggest. Now, whether or not I land in Quito is simply going to come down to what position I am with the cooking at the time that we are approaching it. So I'll obviously keep an eye on chat and then make a decision at that particular point. Now, obviously I want to land, but if I'm in the middle of, grilling something or whatever, it's not going to be so simple. So, Quito is at an elevation of 9,350 feet above sea level, so another South American city that is miles up in the air. And it is, like the city itself, has a historic center, and that historic center is a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1978. The central square of Quito is 25 kilometers or 16 miles south of the equator. And the city itself extends to within about 1 kilometer or 0.62 of a mile of zero latitude. A monument and museum marking the general location of the equator is known locally. So they've got a museum basically that says you are on the equator, you are at zero latitude. So not only is it one of the highest cities in the world and a UNESCO World Heritage listed city, it is also incredibly close to the equator, so quite a cool location. And then our second and our final destination for today's flight is, of course, Bogota, which is the capital city of Colombia. It's also the largest city of Colombia. It is also where they have the political headquarters, economic headquarters, administrative headquarters, and a lot of industrial headquarters as well, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, I mean, biggest city, pretty common for all those things to be there. So it was founded as the capital on the 6th of August 1538, and then it was Simon Bolivar who rebaptized the city with the name in the 1800s. So prior to that, what was it even known as? It doesn't really say what it was known as prior to the 1800s when it was renamed. So that's interesting. Maybe the information isn't actually available on the internet. Who knows? So the airport is known as El Dorado International Airport, which is obviously named after the mythical El Dorado, which is quite well known within Colombia itself. It handles the largest volume of cargo in Latin America, and it's third for the number of people it handles, so it's quite a busy airport. It is also home to the largest number of universities and research centers within Colombia itself. It's a cultural center, so it's got theaters, libraries, museums. Almost reminds me a little bit, based on that information, of Melbourne, Australia. So it ranks 52nd on the Global Cities Index, and it is another beta-tiered city like Lima in Peru is. So 2 beta-tiered cities in the the northwestern part of Southern America is quite an achievement when you think about it. And Bogota is 8,660 feet above sea level, so another incredibly high altitude city, which, as we've discovered, is quite common in South America. And yeah, that brings us to that. Right, how's our progress here? Our progress is good. We need to pull out some mixture though, because we are now very high up. So as we get close to 14,000 feet here, I feel like that should be a pretty decent mixture location for our final position. So that's potentially going to remove some of our speed, but we should regain some of it once we reach our cruising altitude of 17,000 feet. And as usual, the scenery becomes increasingly spectacular as we make our way out over Ecuador here with the beautiful mountainous terrain. You can see there's a volcano in the distance. I think I did, Josh. I think I said Bogota, but honestly, sometimes I don't know what I'm saying, so which is, of course, sounds probably really, really good to you guys. I'm already able to smell the pork from the oven as well. It's already made its way through the garage into here. It smells really good. Making me mildly hungry, I must say. Bogota. Okay. Yeah, well, you know. Some things I can pronounce really, really well. Other things I just can't pronounce at all. Funny, all I can hear in the background is just F/A-18s and fast jets just flying around the general area. It's quite cool, actually. So, as you can see in the distance, another volcano has appeared. So this is pretty common for this part of the world. This is still technically part of the Andes, I believe, although, as you can see, we are starting to come towards the end of it because the altitude is significantly lower than it was previously. So when I do start the cooking process, the first thing I'm going to be working on, other than obviously keeping an eye on the pork, is getting the ensalada de repello con pina done, which is basically a pineapple and cabbage coleslaw. So that's going to be our first port of call, simply because the cabbage needs to marinate in the pineapple juice and all that to help soften it, because it's not cooked in any way, shape or form, and that takes time. Hey, Mr. David Jacko is here. He says, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dave, mate. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing very, very well. Hope life is treating you better these last few days than it may have been in recent times. As Fozzie goes to the moon in his FA-18. Make sure you put a flag up there, Fozzie, when you're up there. I don't know whether or not somebody just crashed out in the distance there because their gamer tag disappeared. Yeah. Alright, we must be getting incredibly close to our cruising altitude here, which is good because I'm really itching to get started on this cooking. In fact, yeah, we're at 16,500 feet, so we literally have 500 feet to go here. And then, as I said, I will be cruising at a nice economic cruising speed today because we do have a lot of things to cook. So certainly in no rush to get things cooked. Sorry, not cooked. To get distance flown, should I say. A bit of a rush to get things cooked, but that's alright. Just pretend I'm at work and everything will be like normal. David says, how far away am I from you guys? I don't know. Where are you? Obviously a decent distance because you're not even showing up for me. Also, Fissile Sloth. What a name. That has got to be one of the best names I've seen within the sim. Fissile Sloth. Hell yes. Well done to you, sir. Or madame. Pull out some mixture. Pull out a little bit of throttle. Like so. Yep. I reckon we are good to go there. I reckon we are good. I'm happy with that. Alright, so what speed? So just over 100 knots indicated on the aircraft routing. So not very fast. So I will now return in a moment, in position, ready to cook. See you guys soon. Alright, so we are in position. Obviously you can see the microphones there. I might just try and swing that a little bit more out of the way there. That's better. Right, hopefully everybody can hear me, see me, everything is good. Josh says he's doing 90 knots waiting for me to catch up. Could be waiting a while there, Josh. Must say, as I said, I'm definitely in today's flight for the long haul, not for the short haul, that is for sure. So, the first thing that I'm going to want to do in setting up here for the coleslaw is to have a chopping board down, to grab a bowl to put it in, obviously, like so. So basically, if I just check my notes, so we're basically going to want to be putting the cabbage and the pineapple in one bowl, and then we're going to be putting the dressing together in another bowl. Yeah, that makes sense. So this will obviously be the bowl that we put the actual end product in once everything is together. So, I'm now going to grab a second bowl, but first I'm going to stand on something accidentally. I'm not sure what it was, but it didn't sound or feel very good. So I'm going to grab this small bowl, and into that small bowl I'm going to add the heavy cream, the mayo, the pineapple juice, the salt, the pepper, all those various things. We're going to whisk it all together, and then we'll construct in this bowl our coleslaw, pineapple coleslaw, whatever it's. The lighting is all wrong, says Rudin. Thought it was a TV behind me. No, that's a window. Yeah. I'm sure the lighting looks very weird because obviously we usually do this in the evening time when there's no background lighting. I've also noticed that my camera's decided to just dip a little bit, so I might wander around in a moment and just so that you can actually see my wonderful hair, or maybe you don't want to see my wonderful hair, who knows. Alright, so what I need to do is I need to grab my can of pineapple. I need to grab my mayo. I need to grab the heavy cream, pepper, and the salt, obviously. Because, I mean, no shit, seasoning. So into a bowl, I want to be adding the juice from this can of tinned pineapple. The pineapple itself obviously will go into the coleslaw. So, drain the juice off into the bowl simply by just cracking the lid slightly on the can of pineapple and pouring. No tricks of the trade or trickery here. It's real simple there. Then what I want to be doing is I'm going to open up the lactose-free heavy cream. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to eat it. Or I would, but I would have to keep it to a very controlled minimum, and that's very difficult to do sometimes with obviously gymming and the fact that I like food. It means I like to... Anyway. I think everyone's in that same boat there. Right, I need a measuring cup. Now, where do I put those? Here. So, you're going to want to put 1 cup of cream, which is not quite this container. It's just slightly less. That in like so. Shake it off, shake it off. Oh. Better be careful, otherwise Taylor Swift will try and claim copyright against me on that one. So throw that in that bin, and then I want to be adding pepper. So this part, the pepper and the salt, you obviously want to be doing to your taste. So I'm going to add a small amount of both. Combine, taste, alter. Obviously, as we know, being a chef, I am a salt fiend. So please do not go automatically adding as much salt as I did. You're going to have a bad time. And then we want to be doing mayo. So we want to be doing this whole bottle of mayo. Now, I've chosen Japanese mayo. That is not traditional in any way, shape or form. I just like Japanese mayo. If I can open the damn thing. Obviously, you can make your own mayo, as I've done on these streams before. You can do all those things. I've just opted for this because I know it's a good quality product, it's a tasty product, it can definitely do what we need to do, and it just comes back to the whole thing of you can fusion so many things in this world together and still achieve a similar result to what you need to be looking for. So I'm going to just squeeze out all of this. So this is a lot of dressing, and that is simply because the recipe that I've designed calls for a whole cabbage. Obviously, once I do have some time off and have the ability to catch up on cooking on the fly recipes in the Discord and the cookbook and all that sort of stuff, obviously you guys will then be able to take those recipes, alter them for your personal preferences, halve them, quarter them, or whatever. I just always take the opportunity to make sure that I make excess, so then I have lunches and dinners available to me whilst I'm at work, and I don't have to worry about that sort of stuff. So it's almost like doing meal prep, if that makes sense. But I get to share the recipes with you guys in the process, so everybody wins. At least that's what I tell myself. So then I need to grab a whisk that I didn't bring out, so I'm going to go quickly inside. Whilst I'm in there, I'm just going to check on the pork, and then I'll be back in 2 seconds. Apologies for that. So, got my whisk, and what we're simply going to do now is we're going to combine, we're going to try and keep it in the bowl is what we're going to do, and then we're going to combine the salt, pepper, cream, mayo, and pineapple juice together until it is a quite runny but still viscous consistency. No lumps, all nicely emulsified together is what we are looking for here. So I will get the phone portable camera out and give you guys more of a close-up look. So as you can see with the whisk, it's still got some viscosity to it, but as you can see it's also quite runny and works very well as a dressing. So that is that. Right, so now I want to just give my bench / chopping board a quick wipe down because my aim sucks and I managed to get it everywhere except in the bowl that was designed for making the dressing. And then I want to grab my massive cabbage. So this is the beast, decent sized cabbage. So you obviously don't need to go such a massive cabbage, but you can if you'd like to. I have small bowls. Actually, that's my only small bowl, Fozzie. The one that I used then. And the only reason I only have that one small bowl is because a certain person, not looking at anyone under the table, decided that my other bowl would be really, really awesome as a chew toy. So what I've done there is I've just removed the first couple of leaves off of the cabbage, simply because they are the ones that usually come into contact with the bottom of the fridge, with the shopping trolley, with people in the shops, all those various things, and obviously they tend to be the ones that have the marks on them, they look older, etc. Obviously not an ideal thing to have in the cellar. So we're going to just take those off so that we don't have to potentially have impurities and weird looking shit within the, and it's only usually the removal of 1 or 2 leaves to achieve a nice clean exterior. So straight away you can probably already see the difference. It looks much more like a white cabbage. Right, so I'm going to go in half here, just because this thing is massive. Bloody hell. This is a sharp knife and this is extremely difficult to cut through, so that gives you an idea of how big this cabbage actually is. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to decore as best as I can one half decored, and I'll get the other half decored. What was that? Sorry, Brutus. Don't feed your dog hemp ropes, they will eat everything. I do feed my dog hemp rope, because it means that if she does happen to swallow the rope or whatever, or bits of rope, it's not going to affect her in a negative way, because it's edible, it's consumable. And then what I'm going to do from there is I'm going to turn the cabbage into quarters, directly down where we just removed the core from. So that's, then we have 4 pieces of cabbage. Now this part is a little bit fiddly and a little bit time consuming. Obviously if you're not going to be doing the significant amount of cabbage that I'm doing, it's going to be less fiddly and less time consuming. So basically I'm just going to take off manageable pieces of the cabbage and I'm just going to chiffonade them, which means to finely, like almost as if you were using a grater but with a knife. So finely shave the cabbage into some wonderful pieces, and that's just going to help the dressing to penetrate the cabbage and make it a much more enjoyable texture. That's why she ate my bowl. Bruden, are you sure? No, I do not want to have an update, thank you. We're in the middle of streaming here, Microsoft. So if you just kindly fuck off for a bit, that would be great. Just talk amongst yourselves for this part, because I like to make sure that my cabbage is wonderfully shaven. I just heard a bird noise, and if I hear a bird noise like that, usually it means that Star's trying to chase a bird around the backyard. So I will put the phone portable camera over the chopping board in a moment once I've done this first, just so you guys can see exactly what I'm trying to achieve. Now, this does take knife skills to be able to go nice and fine like this. Please don't just assume that because that's what I've done that you have to achieve. If you can't obviously get it this fine, all you're going to want to do is you're going to want to have it in the dressing or the marinade or whatever you want to refer to it for a longer period of time. I'm working within a time constraint today, so I'm automatically going to just go for a finer shave. So as you can see, now, some bits are a little bit finer than others. That's just simply because of the texture of the outside of the cabbage and the way the leaves are shaped. But you can see, nice and fine. It'll be interesting to see if I actually have enough bowl space to do this whole cabbage, or if I need to separate it between bowls. It may have to be a case of separating it. If that's the case, I'll do that at another point, and I'll store the ingredients to make it in my own time with the leftovers at another point. You bought the shirt and shoes. Don't worry, the shoes, yes, Bruden, I did buy the rest of it. Amazingly, I already owned that stuff. Give Bruden an even better view of the knife skills. And of course, being a white Savoy cabbage, as we know, Savoy cabbage has a slightly sulphurish smell to it when you're cutting it, when it's this, when it's raw like this. Obviously, the dressing is going to help to reduce that. And it's because of the acidity of the pineapple juice. It's going to help to cut down and almost start to cook the cabbage as such, if that makes sense. through the power of science. Rudin says, congratulations on the head chef price. I know you'll make a good one. I guess I have to call you chef now. You certainly do not need to call me chef, Rudin. That's something only during work hours. Here I'm still just that guy who cooks on streams. I hope I do make a good head chef. I've already made it very clear that I expect myself and my kitchen staff to have a lifestyle and enjoy hospitality and not just work every Friday and Saturday, Sunday, all day and never feel as if they have an opportunity to enjoy life outside of the kitchen, which is something that is very important to me, is to also have a life when you're in hospitality, because you lose the motivation very quickly if you don't have that balance. So due to the massive size of this cabbage, we're just going to go with what I just sliced up. To that I'm going to add the pineapple, and then we're going to add our dressing. The rest, as I said, I will do in my own time at a latter point. Yeah. Simply just didn't quite realise the significant size compared to the bowls. And this is not exactly a small bowl. Like, this holds a couple of litres of liquid if I put liquid in it. So, yeah. Right, let's open up the rest of this can. So the pineapple, I already bought sliced pineapple in liquid because I knew I needed to use liquid, and I knew that I needed to use pineapple chunks. So I'm being lazy, and I recommend you guys be lazy as well when you're making salads like this, and use things to your benefit. So simply, I just have to empty the tin of pineapple in like so. That's it. We are good. Start. And then, because of the fact that I've only managed to make a smaller amount of what we actually need to do here, I'm obviously only going to use half of the dressing that I've made here as well. Start down. And you want this dressing to, for a minimum of 1 hour, sit in the fridge to help develop and enjoy and help cook the cabbage down and make it a more nice mouthfeel and texture, and let the flavours all come together, etc, 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 etc. Yeah. So I am going to want to, I feel like these tongs are a bit excessive in size for the task at hand, like that's massive. G'day Bubba Von Braun, welcome to the stream, mate. Hope you are doing very well on this wonderful Monday. So, and then we're just going to massage that all together. Make sure that every last bit is nicely coated. And then I'm just going to take, so, as you can see, bits of pineapple, the cabbage is all nicely tossed in the dressing, it's all nicely covered. So now I'm literally just going to take this bowl, I'm going to put it in the fridge where it's going to sit for an hour, hour and a half, and let the flavours develop. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just cling wrap the rest of the cabbage and obviously the dressing, get those back into the fridge as well, and clean down, put any washing up stuff into the kitchen, and then we will move on to making the dough for the buñuelos. I think that's what they're called, buñuelos. probably butchering the pronunciation of that to some degree, so apologies for that, but so the buñuelos are basically corn and tapioca or arrowroot, depending on where you are in the world. Dough balls that have cheese and stuff put in them, and then they get deep fried. Very simple dish. William is here. He says, what plane am I flying? I am flying the Trinidad TB21 GT. Most turboprop aircraft will be able to keep up. Anything above that, if that's why you're asking. But I hope you are doing well there, William. And welcome to the stream on this fine Monday. Alright, that's the pieces of cabbage wrapped. Let's get the bowl of dressing wrapped. Yep, flight level 170 or 17,000 feet is where we are at currently. And I'm just going to put all this stuff in the fridge as well. Put the whisk and all that into the wash, and then we'll get started on the dough. Right, so just checked on the pork, looking really good. Moved it down a shelf though, it was a little bit too close to the top of the oven for my liking. William, for information on what we are cooking today, exclamation mark COTF into the chat. Will give you your information that you are looking for. Right, so that chopping board's only had cabbage on it, so it'll be good to be used for other tasks. Give the section a quick wipe down, remove all the excess bits of cabbage. Put it into the composting and put the chopping board back in position. Right, now I just need to double check my notes on the quantities here for the buñuelos. So, into a bowl, I'm going to want to put all of our dough ingredients except for our oil that we're going to be using. Hey, Black Evo is here. He says, "G'day, Slews. Wanted to join from the start, but have too much on today. Might get on soon." Not a problem at all, Black Evo. Fully understand, mate. I know you've got a big week coming up in the world of flying, so obviously preferential to obviously sort out that stuff first. Right, so I'm going to grab this bowl, the blue one that is, and into that, as I said, we're going to put everything except the oil. So I'm going to be putting 3/4 of a cup of corn flour and 1/4 of a cup of tapioca flour or arrowroot or tapioca starch or whatever you may refer to it in your particular part of the world. Now, it's not always common to have a dough made with corn flour and tapioca flour because they have a very interesting powdery, almost glue-like texture when you add a certain amount of liquid to them. So if you do decide to make this dough at a later point and it looks weird or it doesn't necessarily work for you in the way that you potentially want it to, just obviously keep in mind that it's using a very different flour and sometimes can result in a failure and you may need to start again. Now, it shouldn't, but it's always important to keep that in mind, or it may not look as if what you may be used to as when it comes to a dough. I will obviously give you a close-up viewpoint of this dough at each particular step as it changes its way through so that you guys can be confident in what you may be doing at a later point. William says, "What country's food is this?" So William, this is a combination of Colombian and Ecuadorian holiday/Christmas food. So dishes from both. So the cabbage and pineapple coleslaw that we just made is Colombian, and the buñuelos deep-fried cheesy dough balls that we're about to make is also Colombian. But the pork that we've got in the oven, the pork hornado, which is marinated in lemon juice, cumin, garlic, salt, pepper, achote, and beer, that is Ecuadorian. So, as I said, 3/4 of a cup, 1/4 of a cup corn flour and arrowroot/tapioca flour. So, grab my corn flour and my tapioca flour. Now, I've never used the tapioca flour before because corn flour and tapioca flour are very, very similar, and most home cooks won't have both. And if you don't have both, you can use 1 cup of corn flour or 1 cup of tapioca flour and not have them together if you don't want to. May change the texture slightly, but we're not talking about a big change, so you could probably get away with that. Needed that. Woo. Alright, so 3/4 cup. Okay, I don't have a 3/4 cup in that particular bowl. Alright, so I use a 1/2 cup and a 1/4 cup to achieve this, obviously. So we're going to go with 1/2 a cup corn flour, 1/4 of a cup of corn flour. That makes 3/4 of a cup of corn flour. And then going to want to do 1/4 of a cup of tapioca. Right, that's that done. That's in. Very good. So grab my eggs. So I want to put 2 eggs into this. One. And 2. Like so. Hands a bit of a wipe of that eggy loveliness. So to that I want to then add 3 tablespoons of sugar. So white sugar, whatever sugar you have, caster sugar, etc. Completely fine. If you want to use a monk fruit sweetener or a stevia, obviously just adjust based on the relative adjustments that the packaging will say in relation to achieve the same flavour as sugar, because obviously some sweeteners are much more intense in flavour than some sugars can be. So, 3 tablespoons of sugar into this. And the reason that we're doing this dough at this point is we obviously want it to allow it to rest. It doesn't have any gluten in it, obviously, but like most doughs, resting time is always going to be beneficial. And then I want to make sure that I'm adding a pinch of salt. So when I say pinch of salt in my recipes, I mean a chef's pinch. Obviously adjust for your taste buds. Because a chef's pinch is usually significantly more than what other people would consider to be a pinch. So to that, I then want to be adding just over a tablespoon of milk, and that is simply because I'm going to be using a plant-based milk. If you're using normal milk, you can probably get away with a tablespoon. Yeah. I guess you could call it like a tablespoon and a half, and even with the normal milk, you can go ahead and follow the exact quantities if you would like to. It's not going to significantly alter your dish in any way, shape or form. Then we've got our baking powder. So I'm going to be adding a 1/4 teaspoon of baking powder into this. And that is simply to help create some fluff during the cooking process. Like so. Then, at this point, this is where we want to be adding our cheeses. So, you want to be using like a queso fresco if you can get your hands on it. I couldn't, especially in lactose free. So I've just got a block of cheese that I'm going to grate in. Now, you are going to want to put in 1 cup of your grated cheese of choice, and then there's feta cheese as well. Now you can use any type of feta cheese you want, whether it's Danish, whether it's Persian, whether it's Greek, whatever. But whatever you use, you want to put 1/2 cup. Now, if you like feta cheese more than normal cheese, you can reverse those. You can put a full cup of feta and 1/2 cup of the other one. But under the recipe that I've created, 1 cup of normal, 1/2 cup of feta. That is based on using Danish feta, which is not the most grateable cheese out there, but it is the feta that I like. And obviously you always need to keep in mind and remember that when I write these recipes, I write them based on my tastes and what I like. So, I've got my little cheese.
Oh my god, leave it! Leave it! Leave it! Just fucking leave it!
Oh, Fozzie, you make me laugh. You make me laugh. Right, so cheese is behind me. The other reason that I went with half a cup of my choice of feta and a full cup of cheese here.
Fuck me! Shit!
This is lactose free and that is not. And therefore, because I am mildly lactose intolerant, it is best that I use more lactose free stuff than not. For obvious reasons. So, I'm not going to measure out this bit. You know, some may say that's flexing. Yeah, Danish feta. Good feta. I mean, all feta is delicious. Let's be honest, Drew. All feta is delicious. Excuse me. What do you think this is? You need to get down. Ah, she makes me laugh. So, as I said, I'm not going to measure this simply because the cheese that I have here is 250 grams and a cup is 250 mils. So, therefore, I'm going to use all of that cheese. And then with the Danish, half of that, because it's 250 grams, is half a cup. But because it's Danish, I'm not actually going to need to grate that. I can literally crumble it up in my hands and use it to help amalgamate? Yeah, amalgamate works. The dough together. Now, the reason I cut the cheese in half is just for ease of holding during the grating process. Obviously, if you've got a big full-size grater, you have to cut the cheese in half. Anyone give you a rough idea of the nautical miles that have been flown? I would say just over 100 nautical miles, Black Evo, would be my estimate, somewhere between 100 and 150. Goats are critical to this taste equation. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. The greatest of all time. Just talk amongst yourselves whilst I get this done. I recently broke my big grater, so I haven't had an opportunity to get myself another one yet. Should be able to do that Boxing Day sales, because no doubt I'll have a little bit of money from the Christmas period, so obviously I'm going to use it on things that I need, and the grater would be one, because this takes an incredibly long amount of time. No, you're not that far behind at all, Mr. Evo. You are not far behind at all. Just doing this last bit very gently so that I don't add meat, because this dish is not meant to have meat, so especially human flesh. If obviously chat, just if you can, let me know when we're getting relatively close to Quito, because I would like to be able to at least potentially have the opportunity to land there. Maybe I can even sort out a bit of prep whilst we're on the ground there, because as you can tell, I've got a lot of things to prep and put together in this cookie on the fly. Best equipped galley in any plane I've seen. I don't know how I fit all of this equipment in a TD21 GT, but honestly. on how much time I can put into it as well. Between now and the next cooking on the fly, which as I said earlier in the stream is hopefully going to be on the 30th of December, we may actually be able to do that cooking on the fly in my actual home kitchen. I am thinking about, for the moment, moving the streaming setup inside due to the fact that it's getting quite hot, and then I'll move back out here once the weather starts to cool down a bit again. Because I've noticed that my PC is not always having a fantastic time when it's 35 degrees outside, because it's even hotter in here. And usually that is when I get my driver timeouts and crashes to desktop, because the PC is literally just sucking in 40-degree air and it doesn't know what to do, because it obviously can't cool itself down. Then the GPU starts throttling, then the sim can't keep up, and then we get a driver timeout and crash the desktop. I'm going to do the next 100 legs in the Kodiak. That is a great idea, Black Evo. With the release of the Kodiak, would anyone be interested in 2022 in doing some... I love it how it says peel here, and then I go to peel here, and it doesn't actually peel there. What I was trying to say is, would anybody be interested in doing a small series in the Kodiak in 2022? Because I'm going to, in 2022, we're going to obviously be doing the round the world adventure streams, but I'm also thinking about doing small series on a bi-monthly basis or whatever within the sim, where we do one stream a fortnight or one stream a week dedicated to that. So feel free to throw me some ideas. I know everyone quite likes the Kodiak, so I'd be very happy to well, I'm screwed if I can't have any sharp utensils, Bubba, because can't cut anything. So simply with the Danish feta, as you can see, I'm just going to crumble it in. There will be some chunks, obviously, when we mix this together in a moment, which we're going to be mixing together with our hands. It'll obviously crumble up even better. So, yeah, so I think I just want to make sure before I go mixing this together that I have not missed anything. I've, obviously did a lot of, even though I didn't actually get an opportunity to cook these things and film these things, I did a lot of reading and checking and all that of the recipes that I'm writing, so we're good. Alright. So, this might take a little bit of work to bring it together. Don't bark at me, Star. Just because you want the food, that is not the way to go about getting it. Now I'm going to need to wander inside in a moment to obviously wash my hands, and then we will obviously put this dough in the fridge for a little bit. That's simply because the cheese during the grating process obviously started to melt slightly because it was under the temperature of my hands. I obviously want the cheese to be slightly melty but not falling apart melting either, so I just want to get some fridge temperature back into it. Alright, that's looking... So we've got a dough that has formed now. It's a little bit on the sticky side, obviously because of the cheese. That will obviously be solved. So I'm just going to go quickly clean my hands up. I'll come back, I'll give you an up close of how the dough exactly is meant to look. And then we will move on to starting up the barbecue to start making the salsa negra, which is what we're going to then marinate our chicken in. So we'll be back in a moment. Alright, so let's grab the portable camera. So as you can see, we have a dough. It looks cheesy, it looks a little bit sticky. It looks exactly like what we want it to be. Obviously you guys will see the change once it's been in the fridge for a little bit. So I'm just going to put that in the fridge now. Obviously I'll wrap up my feta, I'll put the cream, the mayo, etc. into the fridge. And then we'll get started on the salsa negra. We'll get the barbecue started so that we can toast off the chilies. We'll get the garlic out of its skin, get the black garlic in, etc. etc. Start, stop.
Let me give you a Christmas moment.
Go. It's on charge so that we're not going to lose. And then I'll obviously also get the items that need to go into the sink for dishwashing purposes after the stream. So when I was in there as well, I had a look at the pork. It is looking fantastic. Obviously, once it's cooked, we're going to want to let it rest under some foil for a bit as well before we go preparing it. And that will give us time at that point to sort out the fusion salad creation that I came up with to go with that pork dish. I'm going to cover this dough with some cling film just to avoid it forming a skin because it does have dairy in it, and there's just, well, it technically does have dairy. It's not cow's dairy, but yeah, cow dairy. Back in a moment.
Let me give you a Christmas moment we'll fill with love and joy. So beautiful, kissing on a mistletoe, baby, with you. I don't need any presents as long as I spend this day with you. So beautiful, kissing on a mistletoe, baby, with you. Ooh, ooh.
Alright, just going to go pop this stuff in the sink and we'll be back to relight the barbecue up for the chilies and all that. So what does it smell like inside where that pork is cooking? Well, it smells like garlic, lemon, and cooked pork. It's pretty bloody delicious smelling in there. I am not going to lie to you. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, Cheddar Bob's dropped a donation. He says, ho, ho, ho. I completely missed that, Chris. I do apologise, mate. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. We need a stream of me doing dishes. I can explain it. I don't think you want to have that stream. Yeah. Fair enough. Each to their own. Alright, so I'm just going to get the grill started and heating up, and then we'll get the chilies out of their bags, get the garlic out of its skin, set up the blender to obviously turn the chilies and the garlic and all that into the salsa negra. Alright, so that is started up. The other thing I want to look at getting sorted here if I can get it to line up, that is getting oil back into the fryer for our buñuelos dough that we just made. So whilst we're in the process of getting things set up and heating, I may as well get that on the go as well. There we go. Beautiful, fresh, rice bran oil straight into the fryer. So we don't want an extremely high temperature for the buñuelos because obviously it is a cheese dough, it is a corn and tapioca floured dough as well, so there is a lot of potential for that to fall apart if we hit it with too much heat, and particularly for the outside to go too dark before the inside's actually cooked. So we want to obviously create a nice melty, cheesy consistency throughout. So I'm going to be looking for about 160 degrees oil temperature for the deep frying process. So that's warming up, the grill is warming up. I'm going to check my notes on the salsa negra, then we're going to get everything forming together for that. And then as soon as we've made that, we're going to be marinating that directly onto our chicken, which was obviously meant to be turkey, but can't be turkey because, as I said earlier, trying to source turkey at this particular time of the year is like trying to remove blood from a stone. It's very difficult. Okay, so for this dish, we need to get the chilies browned on the charcoal grill. We need to get the garlic out of its skin, and then we need to get all of that, once it's finished cooking, into a blender with oil and salt, pepper, a bit of cumin, and just bring it all together. And it should be a dark red chili style colour with obviously black from the black garlic. Now, Cheats black garlic. How did I do Cheats black garlic? So, that is something that is very difficult to do, and you're never going to get the exact correct consistency. So, I'm going to be adding some brown sugar to the salsa negra to achieve the sweetness that a black garlic would usually impart into that particular dish. What I did though was overnight for 24 hours, I put whole heads of garlic, so as you can see, into the oven as they are at about 70-75 degrees Celsius, and just literally let them cook for 24 hours. Now, during that time, my house smelt of the most amazing roast garlic that you could ever imagine. Can I tap down? Absolutely, Drew. Thank you very much for that. So yeah, as I was saying, and then by doing that, what I've done is I've basically created a dark garlic. It doesn't have the flavour that black garlic will. Black garlic is something that you literally cook at incredibly low temperature, just above body temperature. At least in my experience, you cook it at just above body temperature for weeks. And slowly, that brings all the sugars out from the garlic. So this is a Cheats black garlic, which involves in slow roasting for as long as possible, getting the colour by going a slightly higher temperature to finish it. So I finished it in the last hour at 160, so basically doubled the temperature. And then, obviously, whatever you're adding it into, you would probably need to add a little bit of brown sugar or honey or maple or something to just give that extra little bit of sweetness that the garlic is going to be otherwise lacking. Vruden. Yeah, that's very true though, it is, isn't it? Fuck, oh shit. that makes me concerned. Alright, so I have a container here of cheap chilies that was on the budget table, so I don't know the condition of all of them. Some of them might be able to be trimmed. And then I have a bag of actual fresh chilies as well that were not on the budget table at the fruit and veg shop. Jeez, they all look pretty good, I'm not going to lie. They all look pretty good. I mean, a few little marks on some of the chilies, but nothing that makes me sort of go, oh God. Nice, yeah. Highly recommended. I just got myself like 15 chilies for 99 cents. Simply because I knew I was going to grill them off today and use them. I certainly cannot complain about that is for sure. Alright. So, I'm going to get those chilies now charring over on the grill. Obviously, I'll use the portable camera in a moment to take you guys over there. There we go. Found a random eggplant aubergine in that bag as well that I didn't even know was in there. So there we go. I've got like 15 chilies and an aubergine for 99 cents. I mean, no one can argue with that, can they? It's pretty good. Alright, so now I need to peel these garlic. So, got myself a small bowl. I'm literally just going to peel the skin of the garlic into there. You can probably hear the snap, crack and snap, crackle and pop, should I say, of the chilies in the background. God, it is so incredibly sticky. Black garlic, anyone? So this part can be a little bit fiddly, a little bit annoying, all those things. Can't quite read what Drew said. Landings have been suffering since I started cooking. I see, Vruden. I see. Alright, so almost got that all peeled. And then we'll get this one peeled. Go. Smelling like sweet charcoal garlic, and the smell of charred chili as well is starting to fill the room. You know, I just have to be careful with this because obviously I don't want any garlic going, should I say too much garlic going on the floor, because garlic and dogs is, well, it's not horrible in small quantities, but in large quantities can potentially cause issues for dogs, and this is technically considered poisonous in large amounts, so would like to avoid, if possible, her getting any real access to the garlic. Alright, so that does that. I just need to go and obviously wash my hands up now because, as you guys would know, garlic itself is incredibly sticky. Black garlic is next level sticky. Come here. Alright, so just give my hands a quick wipe down of the excess water, grab the portable camera, and you can come with me over to the grill. Charred chilies of various colours, but can't really complain for the price I paid. It means that because I bought extra chilies as well in case these were really in bad condition, it means I now have plenty of fresh chili. So, I add to the Christmas smoked meat or something that I'm doing, maybe, or create another salsa negra. This goes really well. So I can do Christmas Day or something like that. So as you can see, we're just going to keep going on that until it's a little bit more charred. And then we're going to literally place it on our chicken once we've blended it up with the black garlic, speaking of which. As you can see, garlic cloves, they are black on the outside, but the inside of them are this beautiful sticky, roasty, because I can literally push my finger into them. So even though it looks like it's burnt, it's not. I love watching the chef cook because you don't have to do it. So glad you came from the lodge for this. My portable porn camera, yeah, it's basically a bit like that, isn't it, David? Alright, so that's that. We need to just dust this off in a general direction where Doggo can't get to it, because obviously garlic. So whilst the rest of those chilies char off, which as you can probably hear in the background are going pop, snap, crackle, etc. Really starting to smell like some beautiful smoked chili in here right now. The smells, the pork roasting, the black garlic, the chili, there's a little bit of cheese in the room, the oil is hot, so I'm getting the smells of that, and then everybody who lives around me right now is probably like, what on earth is going on? I'm cooking food, everybody's invited, you know? Alright, so I'm going to set up the blender here. And yep, I'll go into this one because I don't have the stove on at the moment, so we're not going to trip the power on that. Then into this jug I'm going to put the black garlic. So, then I just need to double check my other quantities. So, we're going to be putting in about a cup of oil. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're going to need to put a cup of oil, so, hang on, not that one, that. So I'm just using Italian extra virgin olive oil for this. You can use rice bran, you can use grapeseed, you can use whatever oil tickles your fancy. I'm just using olive because I know that it does a good job. So I've got my cup, got my olive oil. I'm going to put 1 cup of oil into this, and then we may need to add extra oil once we have the chilies in there. There we go. That's that. Then to that, I want to add a tablespoon of vinegar. So I'm going to use white wine vinegar. And I'm not going to measure it, I'm just going to do a dash of what I say is about a tablespoon. Obviously, I do like to let you guys know the exact measurements. Just a second, I'm going to get those chilies that are going amazing over here out of turn. I will bring you guys back over with the camera once we get a little bit closer to them being ready, so you can see exactly what we're trying to achieve. I'm also going to turn the heat down on them. Because we're looking for colour, we're not looking for burnt. So I've done that. Then I want to be adding some salt to this. Obviously, again, this is just going to be seasoned the way I like it, so fairly decent amount of salt. Obviously, you'll need to adjust for your taste buds. Just realised I don't have any cumin out here, so I'm going to have to go inside and get some cumin in a second. Just want to make sure that I haven't missed anything on my notes. The brown sugar, obviously. So I'm going to start with sort of like a tablespoon of brown sugar, and then I will adjust from there if needed. So that looks like about a tablespoon of brown sugar there. Obviously we'll need to test because various chilies have various heat and various flavour and various sweetness, and it depends how much sweetness I manage to extract from the black garlic. But we're going to go with a tablespoon at this point. It's a bit, in this situation, the sugar's a bit like the salt. Make, taste, adjust, move until you get exactly the flavour that you enjoy. When I was tearing the cabbage apart, it was ASMR. The reason that she's not trying to do that, Vruden, is because when she did actually do that, she got into a lot of trouble. So I think she remembers that. That's not very good, Vruden. It sounds like there's something incredibly wrong with your sim. So whilst I allow those chilies to cook, I'm going to just go inside, check the pork stuff. I will be back in a minute or so, and we should be ready then to grab the chilies off of the grill. So I'll be back in a moment. Alright, so we are back. I pulled the pork out quickly, threw some more marinade on it, another beer in over the top to help. They recommend that from videos and research that I did. So that's that done. Right, so now I'm going to take you over to the grill again. We're going to look at the chilies. You're going to see that they're now ready to be removed and added, and then I'll obviously go and remove and add them. So as you can see, they are all soft and wonderful and charred all over. Just really nice. They smell fantastic. Beautiful charred chili and capsicum sweetness from the exterior skin. It's really nice. Alright, so now I'm just going to grab a bowl. I'm going to pull those off. We're obviously going to remove the tops and then put them straight in, blend them up, create our salsa negra. Alright, so they're off. I'm just going to close the lid on the grill, but I am going to keep it running because that's where we're going to cook the chicken turkey in inverted commas because that's what it's meant to be. Once it's been marinated in the salsa negra is what I'm trying to say. So, I'm just literally going to take chili out, top it off, put it in. I'm going to do that with every single one we have here. The top's already fallen off during the grilling process. More power to me. Go. Now, absolutely, if it was easier for you, you can absolutely remove the tops before you go and char them. And if you don't have access to a char grill, you can obviously stick them in the oven, roast them. You can fry them in a really hot fry pan until the skins blister. You can probably air fry them. Basically, all you're wanting to do is get colour on the exterior skin, and you're wanting to get softness of the actual item as well, so it's nice and easy to blitz up. So how you go about getting there comes down to what you have access to. Traditionally, you wouldn't actually grill the chilies off for a salsa negra. You would cook them in a really hot fry pan, but I like the flavour of smoke and I like the flavour of char. And because we're going to be putting this on meat for a marinating purpose, obviously I want to try and get that char grilled flavour in as best as possible. Alright, so now we should just be able to blitz this together. Excuse me. Just blender with a mind of its own. this isn't going to be as dark as a traditional salsa negra because we actually haven't been able to use the black garlic and obviously create it the way it's meant to be done. It's just, it is what it is. Obviously, if you can get access to black garlic, it's going to create a completely black salsa. That's good. Fuck me, is that hot. That is so spicy, but it is so good. And that's spicy by my standards. So we're talking that that's a 7 out of 10 on spice. Damn. That is delicious. Now, there is a little bit of a char-grilled flavour, obviously, because we did have to create black garlic quite quickly. So, you guys may or may not need to add a bit more sweetness. For me, because there's such a hit of chili, it's perfect. And I do like a bit of char-grilled and bitterness and all that. But just keep that in mind, that you guys may need to add a little bit more sugar.
Oh my God, leave it, leave it, leave it! Just fucking leave it!
Spicy. Delicious, but far out. So, into this bowl, I'm going to add the chicken cutlets that we've got that are meant to actually be turkey. Like so, and then straight directly over the top of that, I'm going to pour the salsa. Then I'm going to obviously go wash my hands of chicken and put the marinating chicken into the fridge. Obviously don't want to waste any, so let's get the spatula out. Okay, I'm definitely making this salsa again though, that is for sure. If I ever find chilies on the discount table, I know exactly what I'm turning them into. That is so good. Just make sure that it's all nicely covered. Get all the things that we need to go into the wash, into the blender, so that it's easy to carry. Alright, just going to unplug the blender. There we go. It's come out. And we'll go and put this stuff in the fridge, give my hands a wash, put the stuff in the dishwashing area, etc., etc., and then I will come back and we will get some potatoes on the go and some rice in the rice cooker. Actually, before I put the chicken into the fridge, I'm just going to give you guys a close-up. So as you can see, it is definitely dark, but it's not black like it should be. That's just because of the fact that we had to do cheats black garlic. Alright, so now we're going to be doing the potatoes, and the potatoes are quite simple. I'm literally going to take some potatoes, I'm going to foil them, I'm going to put them around the edge of the grill, and we're just literally going to allow them to steam in foil surrounded by smoke. And then, once they're almost cooked, we're going to take them out, we're going to slice them up, and we're going to just fry them in hot oil. Is that traditional? There's not actually that much information about there that just says that you want to serve beautiful crispy golden potatoes with your pork guarnato. This is a very good way to serve crispy potatoes, so this is the way I'm going to do it. Just wanted to make that very clear that this is not meant to be traditional, this is part of the chef's creation side of things that I like to do in these streams. How many computer programmers does it take to change a light bulb? Quite a few, obviously, Rooted. Alright, so obviously want to clean up any oil and stuff that I've gotten everywhere here. And then I want to grab my foil. I want to grab my potatoes. Oh. Thank you very much, Drew. Right now, with the changes that have occurred recently in life in relation to the significant excessive financials I've had to take on due to a housemate moving back for another job, means that that was useful. It's going to be useful. I'm not even going to pretend that, like, obviously, if I've got the ability to, I'm going to reinvest that into the channel, but I may also just hold on to it for a rainy day if that occurs. Because, I mean, I won't lie, I've been quite stressed for the last 2 weeks. So thank you very much, Drew. It means a hell of a lot. It potentially will help a hell of a lot, whether it's for the channel or whether it keeps my head above water over the next month or so whilst I wait for the new housemates to get their shit into order and come and join me. So Drew says, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thanks for taking risks and sharing your talents. We are all behind you. Can't wait to see 2022. Cheers to you and your family. Drew, thank you very much. Like, genuinely as well, the note means a lot too, so much appreciated. Alright, let's get these potatoes into the foil and get them onto the grill. So I've got Desirees with the red skin, so that I did that deliberately so that I didn't need to peel them. And they're obviously, because of their skin, once we go and put them in the hot oil, they're going to fry up really nicely. Gruden says, can't believe how much you've come out of your shell in the last 9 months. You and me both, Gruden. I've noticed it, the missus has noticed it, the family's noticed it. It's been a phenomenal ride, and as I said, there will be a video released on Christmas Day and another one released before the end of the year, just with me saying thanks to all of you and certain people in particular for just going completely and above and beyond and making this channel able to function despite how busy my life is outside of the channel. I certainly wouldn't be able to do it without certain people, and I certainly wouldn't have come this far without all of you and your incredible support. Just going to go pop these on the grill back in camera frame in 2 seconds. Right, so spuds are on. Next thing that we want to do is we want to be doing the Coca-Cola infused rice, or the arroz con cola leche, or what is it? I think that's right. I think I got it right. Yeah, the arroz con cola. Yeah, I don't know why I went with leche, but yeah, the arroz con cola, which is Coca-Cola with rice. So that's going to be the point that we enact our inner Uncle Roger, and that we go and use the rice cooker. But first there's a little bit of preparation that needs to be done. So I need to slice up a couple of spring onions or scallions, depending on which part of the world you are from. And I need to check to see how my stock is defrosted. It's there. It's pretty defrosted, because this Coca-Cola infused rice is cooked with a combination of spring onions / scallions, Coke, water, and chicken stock or bouillon or whatever you have access to. So, into a very small bowl, I'm going to take about half a bunch of spring onions. It's a decent sized bunch, so keep that in mind when I say half a bunch. You may need slightly more. And just peel off the average bits. Knock off the tops where it's gone a little bit meh after being in the fridge. So I'm doing 3 large spring onions. And then we're going to journey inside, but before we do journey inside, I'll obviously give you a rundown of exactly what we're going to do as the next steps, because obviously I don't have a working microphone in there, so it's going to be, at least you're then going to know exactly what I'm doing, and you're not just going to be like, right, but what's he doing? Electronic stovetop behind me just made noises at me as if it was turning on, but it didn't turn on, so who knows? Anyway, spring onions back on my ingredients table behind me, and we'll just slice up the spring onions. There's no particular way to do this, obviously, because you are cooking them within the rice. You don't want to have them too thick, because they're only going to have, 15-20 minutes to cook, as long as the rice takes. And you obviously want them to be able to spread out nicely into the rice, impart their flavour, all those important things. Otherwise, what's the point of adding them, kind of thing. Wow, those are some, those spring onions are super sticky, so that means that they're super, super sweet in flavour, which means that this rice is going to be quite something else. One more. Alright, so I've got my spring onions done. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go inside. We're going to take some long grain rice. I'm going to put 2 cups in the rice cooker. Then, I'm going to add this. I'm going to add a dash of the chicken stock. No, I'm going to add... No, never mind. I'm going to add 1 cup of chicken stock. I don't know why I'm going to add a dash of chicken stock. What the fuck is that going to do? I'm going to add 1 cup of chicken stock. And then I'm going to add to that... Let me start that again. I'm going to put 2 cups of rice, 2 cups of chicken stock, and I'm going to be putting 2 cups of Coke in there as well. Coca-Cola, not cocaine. I know we're in Colombia, don't get the wrong idea. And then to that as well, I'm going to be adding just a small amount of butter. So, that's what you're going to see me do now on the portable camera. Come with me. Come with me, and you'll see a world of...
fucking leave it!
Sing along to the song, make a wish, grab a kiss, put another record on, wake the neighbors, having fun down the street, Christmas sweets, decorations, what a greet, oh Santa Claus when he arrives, let the reindeer see the light of every Merry Christmas. Oh, we'll have this year. Very Merry Christmas, a joyful cheer. Very Merry Christmas, oh, let me hear this. Very Merry Christmas, without gold tears every night, every day is a happy holiday. A very Merry Christmas to you. Very Merry Christmas. Oh, we'll have this year. Very Merry Christmas. I keep showing every light, every soul from every friend that comes along. Very Merry Christmas.
Okay, so I may or may not have spilled some of that Coca-Cola. So, you'll just give me a sec. Gonna wipe that up. Right. So now that I've cleaned up my mess. Fucking hell. Of course I've made a mess. Well, I always make a mess, so it's not really surprising to me. Yeah. Clearly. Oh well. Is what it is. Okay. So now I'm going to throw together the salad that's going to be going alongside the pork and the potatoes on the pork plate. So, I don't want to make a huge amount of this salad. So, into this bowl, I'm going to put some lettuce, tomato, some fried banana or plantain, which I'll do behind me in the fryer, avocado, let me just check to make sure I haven't missed anything there, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, and I'm also going to char grill some corn on the grill. So, first things first, I'm going to take the corn, I'm going to peel it, I'm going to get it straight on the grill. Then we'll construct the rest of the salad. Then I'll do the bananas and the corn last. And simply the dressing on this thing, or the thing that's is just literally going to be salt, pepper, and a bit of olive oil, because there's going to be so many flavors already going on. We're about 1 hour out from landing. Okay, cool. So in a moment as well, I will need to go and take the pork out of the oven, make sure that there's enough marinade, and then get it covered with foil to rest slowly, because I don't want it to come down in temperature too much, and I want it to maintain moisture, so I want to try my best to keep the moisture in there. So corn is now on the grill. Get the banana sliced up and into the fryer basket. Star likes banana a lot, so I always, whenever I have a banana, I give her the end bit that people usually pick off anyway, and she thinks all her Christmases have come at once when I do that. And then we don't want to go, so on the pieces of banana, we want to go decent sized chunks, because a lot of the recipes that I sort of researched into on the YouTube and all that were sort of saying that because you're deep frying fresh banana or very ripe plantain, you don't want to have tiny little pieces, because the minute you drop it into the oil, it's going to basically become mashed banana. So this is the kind of size chunks I've gone for, sort of decent mouthfuls. And because it's fresh banana as well, as soon as it comes in contact with the oil, it's going to get a nice crust on the outside, because all the sugars are already activated within the banana itself, as opposed to if we'd used underripe banana, we may have to what's the word I'm looking for? May have to like take it out and toss it in some sugar is what I'm trying, or you know, caramelize it with a blowtorch or stuff like that. So definitely you want to use fresh banana. Yeah, I am ambitious. So this is my creation of traditional flavors that are usually served with the pork, brought together for a salad, simply because this particular part of the world is also in the southern hemisphere where we're cooking from, and that means that Christmas for them is in summertime, just like it is in Australia. And it's very common in Australia, especially in the tropical parts, to do things like mango and capsicum salads with prawns and stuff like that. So I'm sort of reaching into my inner Australian and going, well, a salad with traditional ingredients plus summery ingredients, let's go with it, you know, see what happens. So I'm just going to go give that corn a turn, and then we'll come back. I love that Weber. I've got the exterior rim on very low where it's just steaming the potatoes. I've got the middle part roaring where the corn is to get the beautiful char. It's not a mouthful for you, David. That's too much information. Where did I put the lettuce? I may have actually left the lettuce in the fridge, which is probably a good idea. seeing as it's quite warm in here now. So basically I'm going to take this tomato, it's a big tomato, and I am going to top it and tail it. Obviously I'm going to keep those two things, remove the core, use the tomato in a sandwich at a later point or whatever. Simply doing that just to make my job for slicing the bits up for the salad a bit more square and uniform. And knowing me, I'll probably make some sort of sandwich either today or tomorrow that requires tomato. Why is my knife acting as if it's not sharp on this tomato, even though it's incredibly sharp? Interesting. Tomato might be a little bit on the soft side. That might explain. Hello? Yeah, tomato's definitely on the softer side. Because usually I can go through tomato with this knife like it's no problem. So, tomato goes in. Then we're going to take half an avocado. Going to be a real millennial now with my avocado. If I spend too much time with this thing, I'll never be able to afford a house. Or at least that's what they say anyway. So I'm just going to scoop out half of the avocado directly from the skin. Whoops. Left some behind, but that's okay. And then I'm literally just going to rough dice that avocado into just nice small bits. Doesn't have to be uniform, doesn't have to be anything like that. And then that's going to go in. And then to that, I'm going to go grab that lettuce that I left in the fridge. I'm going to take it inside, the leaves that I want to use. I'm going to rinse it, and then I'll come back and we'll slice it up and we'll pop that in the salad. Then we'll focus on the bananas and stuff like that. Once this salad is made, we'll let it sit, let the slightly warm ingredients steam the cold ingredients, so it'll be like a sort of semi-warm salad. Whilst that occurs, we're going to make the balls, put them in the fryer. We're going to take the pork out, get it covered, and then we'll almost be at the point where we can start putting things together and serving them, which may or may not time out well. I'm going to find out soon. Before I walk away, so that I don't forget as well, I'm going to just put a pinch of salt into that salad, because otherwise I guarantee you I'll be like, oh, it's not seasoned. Why? So, 2 seconds. Let's go, this way. Let's go. Alright, so tear up the lettuce into the bowl. It's fascinating for you to see Christmas in summer, Drew, considering it's negative 2.8 in Philadelphia. Yeah, I can understand why that would be quite different for yourself. Something my other half had to get used to. Obviously, being a Brit, she's used to snow and ice skating and all that sort of stuff during Christmas. And Christmas Day this year is meant to be like 31 degrees Celsius or something, and sunny. So, shorts and t-shirt kind of weather. Alright, just going to give that corn another turn. And then I'm going to wrap up my tomato and avocado, get them into the fridge. Then you can come with me inside and we're going to pull the pork out of the oven and get that foiled up and resting. Alright, come with me. Obviously we're going to have no vocals in there, but you'll be able to see what I'm doing nonetheless. Alright, so now we're going to get this banana down. Now it's a low temperature oil, 160, remember, for the cheese balls, and that's also good because it means we're not going to end up with mashed banana. Now, I'm going to go and get the cheese ball dough out of the fridge at this point as well. And then once we've got the cheese balls rolled out, they can go down. We'll get the corn sliced off the cob. I'll get the chicken with the salsa negra out. We'll get that on the grill. And then if the potatoes are still not ready, I might move the potatoes to the oven to finish. And then that way I may not even need to fry them in hot oil. Because obviously they'll create a lovely skin on the skin of the potatoes anyway, being in the oven. I have no idea. I cannot remember what Ramsey 2 is, Josh. You have to check in the Discord under the chatbot thingamajiggy that tells you what each thing does, basically. get under my feet like that. You just about got stood on because you decided at the last second to move directly into the position of where I was going to step next. That was a bit silly. What if I wasn't looking down? I would have accidentally stood on you. I don't want to do that. Bit of brain power, please, Star. Oh, wow. That banana looks amazing in the fryer. Alright, so I'll give you a close-up here of the dough. As you can see, much less sticky now. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick that up and make sort of golf ball-sized dough balls. And then I'm going to place them just on that chopping board there that's in front. Don't stress too much about the marks you can see on there. It's just the leftover avocado that I haven't been able to wipe off. It's not actually like wet as such, so it's not going to do anything, if that makes sense. So this part is going to get a bit messy. And that's a little bit too much. That's better. So literally just using the temperature of my hands to make the cheese just pliable enough to form into a golf ball style shape. As you can see, that's it. And then I just go through the dough and I do that. Almost looks a little bit like a protein ball, I guess, except it's not really a protein ball. Actually, Josh, I may remember now what Ramsey 2 is. I think it's the one that I used to have that had the C word. And I was like, you know what? Maybe not as a soundboard on YouTube. Different if I was streaming just on Twitch, because you don't just have, is this stream R18 or not? You have the opportunity to select, 15 plus, 16 plus, etc. And I might keep it, but I don't want to necessarily keep my streams to just above 18. So it's easier to just not have that soundboard operating. Oh wow, that banana looks so good. So good. This stream is rated R, says Josh. What makes it rated R, Josh? Just because of the food porn, or? I'm about 40 minutes to an hour from landing. Rightio. Thank you very much for that. I'm assuming that we never landed at Quito. It's alright, at least we went to Guayaquil in Ecuador. You a juggler. R for righteous. Oh, it smells like dessert banana fritters in here right now. They're so good. One more. And then I'll obviously have to give my hands a wash, but that's alright because I'm going to have dishes to bring to the sink anyway. Right, back in a moment. Okay, so the rice is ready in the rice cooker as well, inside. So I'm just going to leave that in there off with the lid on to just finish sitting in its juices, allow the Coca-Cola to fully infuse, etc., etc. The banana is done, so I'm going to bring that up to drain, give the corn another turn. Those potatoes have still got a little bit to go. That's all right. I'll give you guys an up-close look at the banana. Look at that. Friggin' delicious looking. Alright, so we'll get that into the salad bowl. Now we're just waiting for the corn to get a little bit more colour on it. So now I'm going to start placing my balls into the fryer. Sounds painful, I know, but I promise you it's not what you think. Now let's see how many balls I can get in the fryer, because I do have a limited space here. If I can get them all in, that would be fantastic. I can. Awesome. Right. So all the balls are in. I roll those balls so well, David. Yeah, I've only rolled like 400 arancinis and croquettes on a weekly basis. I'm very good when it comes to, rolling balls. Alright, so I think what might be in my best interests at this point is to grab those potatoes and get them inside in the oven. So I'm just going to quickly go inside, grab a tray, get the potatoes on that tray, get them in the oven. You guys don't technically need to come with me for this part because, I mean, who hasn't baked a potato before? Right, so the cheesy balls are coming along nicely. A little bit of sticking together, a little bit of seepage, but nothing that can't easily be solved once they are fully cooked. They're going to take a little bit of time, especially to get colour on them. So now that they've started to cook, I'm cranking the temperature up to 190. So a lot of, it was about a 50-50 split between the way people would go about them. Some would do them at a low temperature, less in the basket. Some would fill the basket like what I've just done. Start low until you see the cooking process and then crank it. So that's what I'm going with now. I should now be able to remove the corn from the grill, which means I can then slice that up, get that into the salad and get that to start wilt and add its charcoal flavours. We can give everything a bit of a mix, test for seasoning, throw a bit of olive oil in there and then let that sit. And then I can obviously get the chicken out of the fridge, I can get the coleslaw out of the fridge, I can get the rice out of the rice cooker into here. I'm probably going to need, I don't know if I should be plating all of this, because all I'm going to do is then unplate it, because I can't physically eat all of this food in one go. So what I may actually do is just give a close-up of each item, and then obviously I'll carve some pork up so that you can see that, and then I'll make myself some sort of lunch out of bits and pieces from it, and then give you guys a final product of that. Alright, so corn is out. My mother is calling me. I know what she's going to be asking. She's going to be saying, hey, can I have my trestle tables? The answer is yes. As soon as I'm done here. She wants them for Christmas Day. And another thing I might do when I go inside to just grab the rice and plates is I'll just also give Doggo a top up on water, as she appears to be running a little bit low in that regard, and I reckon that's part of the reason why she's hanging around at my feet. She's probably just like, hey Dad, I need a top up. I have an alcoholic dog, obviously. Alright, so corn is off of the cob. Put the cob in the compost. Get the corn char into the salad. So, a little bit of pepper into the salad. You're hungry, Vruden? Yeah, I'm really hungry as well. I should have eaten a while ago. My metabolism is out of this world now that I'm gymming and lifting weights on the regular. Okay, gonna need to do a little bit of twisting and turning of our balls of cheese in the fryer, just because I did go jamming them in very tight. Whoop, that one's a very stuck boy. It's okay. So, okay, so that's that part. Good, like that. Right, everything seems to be good there. Let them keep cooking. Bit of olive oil into this salad, mix it together. Certainly is good to stay hydrated, Sean. It's very, very hot in here now with a working fryer and the fact that it's about 26 degrees outside and the barbecue's running. is why I've got the water going. In fact, I need to top myself up on the water as well when I go in to get the rice. So, as you can see, now that just looks like a simple summary style salad, but it's got bits of banana and stuff through it. Then you've got the balls, which are looking nice and golden. So they'll be ready for being brought up for a resting soon, and then we may need to drop them a second time depending on how they feel after the rest. So now I'm going to go and grab the rice, top up my water, Doggo's water. I'll come out with the marinated chicken and we'll get that on the grill cooking away. God, the smells that I come out to when I come out here. Cheese, deep fried, banana, char, spice. Beautiful smell of that rice as well. Just so good. That looks pretty spectacular, I'm not going to lie. So there's our Coke rice. Bring up the fried dough balls, let them rest. I'll grab the chicken out of the fridge now. We'll get it on the grill. We'll bring everything together. Alright, so that chicken is now on the grill. Wow, the chili in the air is... So we're going for a high temperature. I'm going to get colour on all sides. Then I'm going to drop the temperature and I'm going to just lower the lid and get the inside nice and cooked. So, now all I'm literally waiting for is the potatoes to finish baking, and that's not so much of a thing because obviously everybody's seen a baked potato before. So, once that chicken is done, what I'm basically going to be doing is bringing everything inside, plating up, showing you guys, and then we'll land the plane in Colombia and hope that everything times correctly. I think I've got, what, like, how much time have I got for landing? Let's head towards the computer for a sec. Okay, so still a little bit, I think. Looks as if anyway, because that's just a waypoint there, and that's still 20 nautical miles. True. I just saw your comment about the balls not dropping. Funny. Hilarious. Alright, cool. Bloody hell, it smells like a hell of a lot of chili and garlic in here right now. I will tell you that much. It is intense. And we're not even camping. And I've still got the bowl of salsa here as well, so I can keep seasoning this chicken as we cook it as well. Bloody hell, that smells phenomenal. Insane. Your brother's a pastry chef, Josh. Yeah, it would be a pleasure to watch him work. Pastry chefs are godly when it comes to working with doughs and stuff in their hands. It's phenomenal to watch them in action. You're just sort of like, damn! Like, how'd you get that to even happen? Are you able to get out here, Doggo? That might be better. We've actually got outdoor access now. Wind slowly closing the door on Doggo. She can't actually get out into the backyard. She's warm in here now. Boy, is it warm in here now. But we're almost at the end, so that's not necessarily a bad thing. The fact that it's warming up towards the end. So, what I might do now is I might start bringing the rice and the salad and the dough balls inside to the bench so that I can do the plating. And then I'll bring you guys in with me when I do the plating. So the dough balls I'm probably just going to pick out individually into this bowl. So they're probably cold enough for me to pick out with my fingers now, which they are, except some of them are a little bit stuck to the basket, but that's okay. Because just remove my basket away from the oil and then there's no risks at all. Ooh, that one's a little bit hot. Ooh, yeah. Some of them are still quite warm. Some of them are okay. Okay, turn the fryer off, like so. Just going to put these dough balls inside. I am still here. I know I'm out of view. I'll grab the portable camera again in a moment. Not a problem at all, Wes. Thank you very much for jumping in, mate. None of that stuff. grab the big chopping board, my big knife, and a nice tea towel to rest that on inside, bring that inside, and then I'll grab the portable camera out. We can bring me back over to the grill and you can have another look at how that chicken is progressing. Alright. So especially for this big piece, I'm going to get the lid closed now and the temperature down a little bit, just so we don't end up with dry, undercooked chicken, because that doesn't sound very good to me. Yeah, no, reveal's going to be very close here, legends. Very, very close. We are we 57.86 nautical miles from the destination? Is that what that's saying? If that's what that's saying, I'll be as quick as I possibly can here. In fact, I might take you inside with me now and we'll start dishing up what's already done, and then the chicken should be basically ready to come off. So there'll be no vocals for this part, but you're going to understand exactly what I'm doing. It is so smoky out here. Tony. Tony's here. Awesome. How are my shoes? I mean, fine. No complaints about discomfort or anything like that, so they must be good. So chicken is almost ready, so then I'll be bringing that inside and plating that up as well. Then I'll bring the plate with a knife and fork out here, sit down and try and eat and put this aircraft down. And then obviously I'll clean up after the stream, like a normal person would. Try not to die from smoke inhalation in the process. Alright, see you guys inside on the camera. Alright, so food is up. Turn that camera off, like so. Bring the table this way a bit to give myself some space. That might make a bit of noise for a sec. Make sure that's not too bad at all. Right, cool. Move the microphone back into position, and then I'll be back here sitting down in a moment. Definitely growing up. Tony? Definitely growing up. Alright, so 34 nautical miles to lose. Is that the airport that's our next waypoint there? Not quite. It's the start of our descent into the airport. Okay. I'm not even at top of descent yet, according to... Cool. Alright, so let's taste test some food whilst we wait to reach TOD. The banana salad is exactly what you would expect it to be. A nice, clean, refreshing salad with cooked banana in it. Really, really good. The cabbage and pineapple with the Kewpie mayo that's good. That's a really nice coleslaw. Now we'll go with the Coke rice. Damn, Coca-Cola rice is Now I need to shut down that webcam. How do I do that? Stop. Cool. That does that. Awesome. Alright. Let's try a cheesy dough ball here. Those fried cheesy dough balls, highly recommend. Highly recommend. Fantastic. Let's try some of the pork. Yep. Pork's bloody delicious as well. And then some of the chicken too. Oh, mate. My Streamlabs has had a complete and utter meltdown. But, that chicken is something else. Everything on the plate is amazing. That chicken is legitimately something else. I better tuck in here because this is my pre-gym food. Yeah, I know, aircraft. You probably run out of fuel. Hello? There we go. Alright, let's get some altitude out of this thing. So, get the barometer correct. Go down at about 900 feet per minute. Get the mixture up, get some throttle out. And we'll get the propeller up as well in preparation for the landing. Might actually go down at 1200 feet per minute. Just because we're sort of descending into a valley here, it doesn't probably doesn't matter as much. And I may also need to jump up in a second, just turn the oven off that's got the potatoes in it. I obviously haven't put the potatoes on because they're just a baked potato. In fact, I'll do that now. I'm just going to go turn that off. 2 seconds. An Ecuadorian and Colombian combined Christmas feast. Highly recommended. Some phenomenal flavors going on. The Coca-Cola rice is yeah, yum. Can't fault anything on the plate. The only thing I will say is the parts of the pork that were towards the smaller part, just slightly on a dryish side. Not dry, just a little bit more than maybe I wanted to make it. But the flavor's amazing. Nothing you couldn't fix with just a little bit of sauce or something. You know, a bit of that salsa negra or whatever. Brilliant. Going to be a massive cookbook, Black Eva. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to divide it up into continents. or locations. Because otherwise there's going to be like so many recipes. Not that that's a problem. I've just sort of come to the realization that I'm probably going to have to do that. Hundred legs. Most continents or areas, you know, like Latin America, South America, the Caribbean, etc., probably going to be about 100 recipes anyway. So alright, we are in perfect positioning here for our landing. Oh yeah, absolutely, Black Evo. That's definitely a thing. Each recipe will correlate to a stream and a leg and a country. And of course, in 2022, when the Patreon does go live, obviously Patreon members will get access to exclusive cooking on the fly of the countries and locations that I wasn't able to do on the internet simply because of things being too close to each other, stuff like that. Alright, as soon as the plane has made this turn, we will take manual control. Go with gear down, flaps in. We are in landing configuration, and wow, lovely city, really nice. Due to our slightly high altitude, I'm going to take the right-hand side runway here, just to give us enough time to bleed off a little bit more speed, especially in the turn. Wow, that was stuttery. There we go, that's better. I just realised that the music has stopped as well. Although you guys are probably going to tell me that the music stopped a while ago. So, that's my bad. Yeah, so Drew, Patreon is like a YouTube membership, except you don't need to adhere to YouTube's watch hours, subscriber count, etc. It's sort of a place for those who want more content from a particular channel to go to. So I'm going to be making that go live in 2022 and offering a lot of extra things, including access to cooking on the flies for the Caribbean, which of course we never did because it wasn't a thing. Countries like Peru, Uruguay, etc. Paraguay, I think, was another one that we missed in South America that we didn't get a cooking on the fly done for, simply because it was too close to the other countries. Yeah, stuff like that is going to be on the Patreon. A couple of other things that I'm working on. That are going to be included as part of it. Shane's been doing it all wrong then? No, not at all, Sean. Because he's got the ability to make YouTube memberships with his subscriber count and all that, he's not doing it wrong at all. Although a lot of channels do offer the membership, and then if you really want to do behind the scenes stuff, then you can also get a Patreon for that particular person. But that's obviously with much bigger channels that obviously offer memberships for a very discounted fee that include, you know, small additional things that they can provide to the viewers. And then the Patreon is much more behind the scenes stuff, you know, like making specific requests for videos to be made and stuff like that. You know, and of course on bigger channels that's a huge thing because most of those channels have channel managers and all sorts of stuff like that. Hey, Polar Bear 27, mate. I just noticed that you followed over on Twitch, obviously when I was inside plating or something, mate. Much appreciated. And sorry I didn't get to thank you before. I'm a big aircraft, right? I can park here. Sure. Let's go with that. That works. Josh is slewing around all over the place again. Steve's over there in his Kodiak. Steve, did you want us to wait for you, mate? Yeah, it's a lovely plane to fly, Drew, so thank you for selecting it. I'm really enjoying my time in it, other than the obvious bug. That's not a problem, Sean. It's the reason why I stream across both platforms now. So that those who prefer Twitch can watch there. Those who prefer YouTube can watch there. And then one day Facebook might actually work. And I'll be able to do it there as well. No worries at all, Black Evo. Well, like, obviously you probably don't want us to wait for you because, as you said, you're miles out. Steve, do let us know if you feel like it, whether you want us to wait for you to bring you in on the drone or not. I don't know how far away you are exactly. Otherwise, I'll just finish up the stream. Alright, well, I'm going to assume that Steve probably doesn't want us to bring him in on the drone. So, ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard, that does bring us to the end of Cooking on the Fly number 7, the Christmas special, Ecuador and Colombia. As I said, there will be a few videos thanking certain people over the coming days, and obviously once I am off on the 2.5 week break, I will try and catch up on recipes and stuff within the Discord and within the recipe book as well, so that I don't start 2022 streaming on the back foot kind of thing. So I hope you guys did enjoy that stream, the food, not that you got to taste it unfortunately, I wish you could. The scenery, I'd say everything was 10 out of 10. I certainly really a big fan of that food, just the flavours that these particular people in this part of the world do for their holidays and Christmas time is really, really tasty stuff. So, yeah, awesome shit, literally. Massive shout out to all of you who did drop a donation today. It certainly doesn't go unnoticed, and a special thank you to Drew for such a huge donation. It is mind-blowing, and it is certainly going to... It certainly helped to put my mind at ease over the next month and a bit, 2 months, until things go back to normal here at my place. But, ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard, thank you so much for coming along. Thank you so much for the love and the continued support. It's really, really awesome. It's been a phenomenal 6 months, and I cannot wait to see where we go from here. Wherever you are in the world, guys, you look after yourselves. Stay safe, stay well. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Welcome to Colombia. See you guys in a few hours for a stream raid. Until then, catch you later.